There he is. Good morning.
Guys are highly motivators. You are highly dedicators.
Right next to you. You are the same way. How are you today?
Not bad. They turned off our AC in the jail,
Oh,
and it's 82 degrees in this room, but they turned it off because they figure the burr months, and it's like 87 degree in this jail. It's hot.
wait, why did they turn it off?
I have no clue.
Oh,
Usually it's around 70, 69, 70 degrees in this room, but for the last 2 weeks, it's in the 80s.
oh my God, I'm so sorry. You know what? That's why you need to go to Hawaii.
I mean, that's hot, but if you get hot, just jump in the water.
I know.
It's just that simple. It's a no-brainer.
What's your exit plan? I thought I thought it was August, September.
Well, actually, I'm going to stay on till the end of the year. My flight, I do have a ticket for December 2nd.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm going to stick around probably till the end of the year because I'm banking all these paychecks,
Yeah.
and it's kind of like there's certain things I need to get, like a TV. So, and every time I go to Costco and everything, it goes from a 50 to a 55 inch and a 55 to 60. So, but it's like I still got to sell my house and everything. So it's kind of,
Yeah.
I'm in no hurry, but hopefully I'll be retiring by the end of the year.
Wow, that is a cool plan.
Yeah. So, but you guys got a busy day today.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit, just a tiny bit.
You got Caleb Haynes at 0830.
Yes.
Then you have a 9 o'clock, Robert Flowers.
Okay.
And then at 10:30, you got Tanya Campbell. If you want her sooner, let me know and I'll have the officers grab her.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll let the judge know that. And can I ask you, I had on Lodge, maybe they posted Holloway, Holloway,
What's the first name?
Evan, Evan.
Stand by.
Thanks.
My condolences. They're Division 2.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Thanks.
they were about 40 minutes behind us yesterday. They're a
Oh,
different animal.
oh, yeah, that's what I'm gathering. Hey,
Yeah.
would it be more convenient for you if we did the female, like right after the two men this morning?
No, I mean, if you need her, I will get her sooner. That helps both of us.
Okay, all right, I'll let, it probably would be better because, then you can do what you gotta do because our MIDC, our in-house attorneys will be here.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead as soon as an officer gets back. I'll have all three of them here
Okay,
by 9 o'clock. But I'm obviously Caleb Haynes is en route to me right now.
okay, cool. All right, thanks so much, Pravanchi.
All right, hon, let us know what you need.
All right, thanks.
Hello. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Could I have your name or ask you to unmute and state your name?
Caleb Haynes, and good morning.
Good morning. Caleb, good morning. We'll let really, we're just waiting on your defense attorney. And
Yes,
then, yep. So until that time, we're just gonna have you wait here. I'm gonna change your name. You'll see that change on the screen, okay?
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, is the sheriff still right there next to you? Yep. Good morning, Sheriff. If you could unmute, I just have a quick question for you.
And I got a curveball for you.
Oh, yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, Miss Campbell, she was scheduled at 10:30. We're gonna go grab her, but she was sent to court. So I believe, I'm gonna check, but she was sent to you.
Okay.
If
she
not,
was
she's
at
got something else pending.
Miss
I'm gonna check right now on the
Campbell.
computer.
Oh, I see her at 10:30.
Yeah, they asked, bring her soon.
Okay.
The officer went to go grab her, said that she's
Okay.
taking a registry to be transported to, court. So give me a few
Okay.
minutes so I can dig around.
Absolutely. And that's, even if she comes here, that's okay. We can manage that.
As long as she gets taken care of.
Yep. Who else do you have this morning up? So we have Caleb Haynes. Do you still have Holloway and Thick?
Okay, Holloway is at Division 2.
Okay.
And then the second one you had, who's en route to me, is Robert Flowers.
Flowers.
So you're only gonna have 2 today. You got Haynes
Okay.
and Flowers is en route.
Okay, so Thick is no longer in custody?
Uh,
Dennis Thick?
Thick is Division 2.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that, Deputy.
Yeah, and I'll give you an
Appreciate
update in Campbell as soon as I find out.
it. Sounds good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Caleb.
Madam Clerk? Oh,
That,
yeah, it does say on the MIT, Campbell in person, so she is en route to you.
okay, perfect. I let our security know, so they'll be expecting her.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Did this come up as a 1048? As yours?
We have a new prosecutor, or maybe not new to me. His name's Mohammed. He's on Zoom. He wasn't sure if there is someone on Zoom, would you like him to appear by Zoom?
That's
As the
fine, because he's out in the hallway,
He
right?
is in the hallway.
It doesn't make any sense for him to run back and forth in
Okay.
here. So if he's done with Mr. Mohammed,
Yes.
good morning, sir. It's Judge Martin.
Good morning, Judge.
I was just telling Mariah that if you are done with a defense attorney and you want to send them in, you don't need to come in here. You can do your part from the office.
Okay,
I don't want to interrupt the flow of you talking to people.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I
Yes.
was thinking about that last night because I trust the attorneys to make their way in here and say, we need an exam date, and Mr. Mohammed can hear the exam date from the office, and we'll do it that way. If he needs to come in, if there's a plea, he can do the plea from in there. If there's something that requires his physical appearance, we'll work it out,
Okay.
okay?
And would you just like us to chat you when there's a case ready?
That's fine,
Okay.
because I typically have that stuff open. I was just getting logged on.
You're very-
I was gonna sign on to OnBase so I could get some signing done while I'm sitting out here. That's what I typically do,
Multitasking.
because otherwise I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs and I can't do crossword puzzles here, so.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
we'll manage that. I know we have Ms. Campbell, Tanya Campbell at 10:30. They're transporting here. She will be here live.
Okay,
Her pretrial release set in person. So,
okay,
I think that's optimistic.
okay.
Other than that, we have 4 in custody.
Four.
4 in custody.
Okay,
Yes, the first 3 at 8:30 and then Flowers, who's at.
I thought we had, okay, you're not talking about the exams, you're just talking about the morning.
Correct.
Okay.
PCCs in the morning.
Okay,
Will you need us to leave the meeting up for the exams?
I typically do because I stream.
Okay.
And I don't want to run the risk of somebody not reading their notice and zooming. I don't want to miss anyone, so we
Okay.
we'll leave it up, but you don't need to stay on typically
Okay,
after we're done with our morning part, because I think our first trial is at 11 or 11:30.
okay,
You can log off then.
okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let me know if you need any.
Yes, ma'am. So if this doesn't work, I need you to tell me. If this doesn't work, I need you to tell me. I know what's, I keep telling you, I know what sounds good in my head, but it doesn't always work out like that in person. Well, but if it's working out only because it's making too much work for other people, it's not good for me. It's just not,
Who's it making too much work?
I don't know.
Oh,
And you
not
don't
us.
know. Well,
I mean, I can't make it when it's a little bit busier. It makes the day go by a lot quicker.
but tomorrow is, did you look at tomorrow?
I hear it's,
It's-
Judge Oakley has a ton.
Jeez. I didn't look at him, I just looked at us.
We have a lot too.
Yes. Yes. And I have a meeting right in the middle of it, so I don't know what's gonna happen. I have a meeting at like 10 o'clock. So. Anything else? Okay. Well, it's almost 8:30. We haven't seen Attorney Mons. We probably want to call Haynes and we have three sets of cases that are co-defendant cases that would like to call them around the same time. I don't know if that'll be possible.
Yeah, we have trials too, right? In the
Yes.
middle of it.
No. Trials are at the end. We go straight into trials and exams mixed in
Oh,
together.
yeah. It's trial, what, 10:30?
10:30, 11 o'clock, something like that. Okay.
We'll make it work.
You always do.
I mean, you
I
too.
don't, I was like, I am just a small comment. 'Cause I don't know how the rest of the stuff happens. I'm just, things magically appear.
That's
and I
how we're just
really,
flying by the seat of our pants.
it
But it
doesn't look
works.
like it.
Yeah.
As soon as Mr. Mons is here, oh, it's Miss Oliver. As soon as the defense attorney gets here, we'll get going.
Okay.
Good morning, Miss Oliver.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How have you been?
I'm good. I can't complain. Thank you.
It looks like hopefully we'll get going here soon. We're just waiting for, I guess, the first defense attorney that shows up. I'm ready to go. Okay, thank you, ma'am. What was I gonna tell you? It's just too much.
Is Rima coming today? Versus.
No, this,
He's not, this new guy's doing everything himself.
I don't, I don't know. I just show up and I see who's on the screen. I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing today.
These prosecutors must be making, they must be paying good money. Rima drives in a Land Rover.
From where though? You have to remember, we've given our cars to kids too, so they wind up with nicer cars than kids
Yeah,
their age.
yeah. There,
Okay, I'm ready.
okay,
Let me know.
all right.
Mr. Haynes, can you hear us? We're just waiting for your attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know what the delay was.
Good morning, Attorney Mons.
Good morning.
Are we ready, or do you need to speak with your client or the prosecutor?
No, I believe we're ready.
Okay, I will let the judge know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, we're video, right? You can go to classification, you want the number of call? We don't get that information. No, I'll give you a number of classification units. They do all the paperwork, right? 510 5956. And that's Officer Carruthers, CARR.
Can you hear me, Caleb? You're still at the Dickerson facility?
I'm still at Wayne County.
Wayne County, which unit? Mount Road,
Division 1.
Division 1? Oh.
No, he's
Be seated. This is 230659 FY, State of Michigan versus Caleb Haynes. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Douglas Mons, P40916, on behalf of Mr. Haynes, who is also appearing via Zoom. Mr. Haynes, if you can hear us, can you state your name for the record?
Hey, Judge, how are you doing? Good morning. Caleb Haynes.
Good morning, Mr. Haynes. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Mons, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I've already received, I believe, most of the discovery. We're ready to proceed with an exam, so we're asking this matter be set for preliminary examination.
October 18th, 2023 at 12 p.m. in person in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Mr. Mons?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't recall if you've had another case with me, but before we put that October 18th date in stone, I want to disclose to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case and has no impact on how this court rules or schedules any matter. That being disclosed, do you need to speak to your client, or are we prepared to schedule the exam on the 18th?
I trust Your Honor's ability to be fair and impartial. We can schedule it for the 18th.
Mr. Haynes, your in-person preliminary examination will be on Wednesday, October the 18th at 12 p.m. in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Discovery has been exchanged. Mr. Mohammed, anything else in this matter?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mons?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to address the issue of bond. Mr. Haynes' bond was $5,000, 10%, I'm pretty sure. He's been stuck in Wayne County for the past week or more because the tether requirement is basically keeping him incarcerated. And it appears that Wayne County is having trouble finding a GPS tether for him. And of course, with the bail reform, the presumption should be that he is going to appear. So rather than keep him locked up for an indefinite amount of time in Division 1, I would respectfully request that the tether requirement be removed. And I would like to point out that Mr. Haynes has no adult criminal record. He was working 2 jobs and taking care of his twin brother and sister at the time. He has, other than this incident, conducted himself as a model citizen. And I believe there is very, very little likelihood that he will not appear for every scheduled court appearance. So with that, Your Honor, I would ask that the tether requirement be removed. And since his bond has been posted, that he be allowed to be released.
Mr. Mohammed, any response to that?
Yes, Your Honor. So the charges in this case are armed robbery. Armed robbery is a serious crime. And at the very least, I do think tether is necessary for the safety of the public. And so for that, we are against the idea of removing any kind of a tether.
Well, quick response, Your Honor. Yes, the charge is quite serious. This was a situation of of my client and the alleged victim knowing each other. So it's not like he went out and attempted to rob a gas station or something like this. This was a personal dispute between friends, Your Honor. It was not an attack on the general public. And I think that this differentiates it from other similar cases.
Your
Thank you.
Honor, if I
Respectfully,
may.
Go ahead, Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah, it is maybe between friends, but that's even more of an inclination to keep a tether. If you're going to go up against someone you consider your friend, then imagine how he would react to maybe somebody from the public. So for those reasons, we request that the tether remain intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, while this court respects and understands the position of the prosecutor, Mr. Maz makes a valid argument regarding Mr. Haynes being detained for longer than as is necessary. I know there has been an issue with tethers being placed on people. And if at this time, the sole issue is an inability to locate a GPS tether to place Mr. Haynes on, this court having had the opportunity to review the fact that Mr. Haynes has no adult criminal history, and at the time of the arraignment, both his mother and another family member were present for him. The court believes that Mr. Haynes has sufficient motivation to appear in person as required by this court going forward, and will amend the bond to remove the GPS tether requirement. We will get that paperwork updated regarding Mr. Haynes' pretrial release status and get it over to the jail. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor, and thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mons?
Nothing for the defendant, Your Honor, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haynes, I will see you here in person at 12 p.m. on October the 18th. You have a good day, sir.
Yes, Judge. Thank you so much, and make sure you have a good day as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Robert Flowers, Camera One.
Thank you, Pravanchi. Mr. Flowers,
Yes, ma'am.
your attorney is through the Neighborhood Defender Service. I don't know that we have a more specific name.
What's her name?
Yes, please, if you have it.
Jackie.
Staff Attorney, NDS Detroit, Jackie Pilkowitz, Pilcowitz. NDS
Thank
Detroit.
you.
Hmm? It's Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit. Yeah.
There is no one logged on from their office right now. So Mr. Flowers, if you sit tight, as soon as your attorney logs in or arrives at the courthouse, we'll get them connected with the prosecutor, get your case called as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, there's someone waiting to speak to you. Officer Brooks will bring you the pre-hearing file right now.
Thank you.
No, it's still 5,000, 10%, but isn't that what it was?
Yes.
And they posted the money part. It's the tether that's holding him up. And there's a co-defendant on that file. So if they appear, if discovery is complete for them as well, we need to keep them together on the 18th at noon, hopefully, fingers crossed. Mr. Hadley, how are you this morning? I am super.
I was curious, do you guys have the file for a Kyra Flagler? It's one of Rena's cases on covering Bristol. An email saying there might be a plea for them there.
Nope.
No.
That was so cute. You tried so hard. No, there's not a plea form. It's just the criminal history.
Okay. And is there, besides Mr. Thick, anybody in the way for me yet?
I don't see anyone.
He might. That was in the car. Okay. Oh, you guys got trials, Royce and Leanne.
I know. We actually have a motion that I've read, and I read the cited cases and made my little notes for myself.
9 motions there. It's felony case I'm doing up in Tuscaloosa.
That is such a pretty courthouse.
It really is a cool courthouse. I was in a all day yesterday, day 5 of a 5-day custody. Tracked moving yesterday. We had 2 more days of hearing scheduled for end of October. My platform was having a runner race temporarily. German opposing counsel deserved a reward for skill Monday. She drove this case out using every tactic in this ways. Yesterday, I had 4 witnesses stating it, that I just, we're not calling any more witnesses, we're done. What? We're not coming back in October, referees looking at me like, thank you, I've heard enough. People get so lost in
The fight.
the fight, that's like, guys, if you look at best interest factors, you're willing to wait 6 more weeks to come back just to put some more therapists in.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, that doesn't.
You choose how you practice. And when I first got out of school, I worked for a judge, and he used to say, your word is your bond. That's all that you have with people. And people remember you and how you behaved more than they'll remember the actual case. So if you're doing scumbucket lawyering, people will remember that, and you'll tell the story. And when we're not streaming, you'll use the name. And anytime that name comes up, other people will respond. I heard about you. Yeah.
Anyways, happy to be with you today. I don't think I've got a lot. It doesn't look like it's like neighborhood defender services have most of the time. So I'll log in and let me know if you need me.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Wanna make sure.
Judge, for the Singa case, is the defense attorney here? That I was
On
sent
the
the
Singer?
pre-hearing. Yeah,
On the Singer case?
yes, Singa, I believe is the driver name, Singh. Rajwinder Singha.
The 1030 case? So they're not, correct, they're not here yet.
Okay, so you guys were just sending it to me in advance. The pre-hearing?
Yes, because it's an orange file, and if I keep it in with my files, I'll lose track of it and people start popping in and you won't know why they're here.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So nothing's changed, nobody's on time. Silly me for getting here. But thank you to OnBase, I can sign my documents from here versus having to go get them out of the mailbox. I saw her walk by. I saw the black duster, which I knew the international sign for Ms. Shafufi.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you this morning?
I am doing well. I am here on Mr. Flowers, who I see is in the box.
He is here. Do you need to speak to either Mr. Flowers or the prosecutor?
I don't believe so. I am going to be requesting to address bond, so I don't know if you want me to.
He's the only thing we have ready, so I'll formally call the case and then we'll address the bond at the conclusion of the PCC.
Great.
This, before the conclusion of the PCC, this is 230200FY. This is State of Michigan versus Robert Earl Flowers. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653 on behalf of Robert Flowers, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Flowers, will you state your name for the judge, please?
Yes, Robert Flowers.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Pilkowitz, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have received paper discovery. I still am awaiting digital discovery. I would like to set this for an exam, though. I anticipate I can work with Mr. Mohammed to get whatever I need before the exam date.
Yes, well, in regards to digital discovery, we did email the OIC and I did copy a defense attorney to that email.
Mr.
Thank you.
I apologize. Can you just forward me that email one more time? My email was down for the last couple of days, and so things may.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Paper discovery having been complete, the attorneys having conversation regarding digital discovery will set the matter for exam. That exam date will be October 18, 2023 at 12:30 PM. That's live here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Ms. Pukowitz, the bond in this matter is currently set at 10,000 personal, no release without GPS tether. You wanted to address the bond, your
I did,
argument,
Judge.
ma'am.
I am asking the court to remove the tether provision at this time. This case, I believe, dates back nearly 18 months. I don't believe that Mr. Flowers has had any contact with the complainant since that time. I would venture to guess that it's possible that she doesn't even want to press charges in this case. All of that to say, Judge, I believe Mr. Flowers did lose his job. He was a line worker prior to this. He lost his job as a result of his incarceration. He is living, though, with his brother. I have a verified address. Judge, I don't believe a tether is necessary in this case. And in addition, it's already been keeping him in custody for almost 10 days now. I don't know if there's an end in sight. I'm sure the court is well aware of how backed up the tethers can get. So I would ask the court to consider removing the GPS tether provision so that he may be released.
Mr. Mohammed.
Your Honor, in regards to the tether requirement, I do believe it should remain. The facts in this case are pretty disturbing. And if hypothetically the court was inclined to remove the tether, the people would request that there is a no contact order with the victim.
And Judge, we would, of course, join in that no contact order.
Thank you. At the time that the bond was set, the issue was that the request from the police department, Romulus Police Department, was the GPS tether. There's already a no contact order in place. And in as much as the court's intention is not to have Mr. Flowers detained any longer than is necessary. Just wanted to take a quick review of the criminal history. The court will grant the defense motion to remove the GPS tether requirement. Mr. Flowers, your condition of your bond was that you have no contact with Nawan Johnson. At your arraignment on August 29th, we went over what no contact means, but I will say it again for the record. No contact means no contact. No direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. Between now and the time of your exam on October 18th at 12:30 PM, if this court receives reports that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, Nawan Johnson, by any method, the court could view that as a violation of the terms of your pretrial release. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand, Mr. Flowers?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Flowers?
No, Your Honor. Would the court like me to prepare the order, or will the court take care of it?
We'll take care of it, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. Otherwise,
I'll
nothing.
see you on October 18th. Mr. Flowers, you have a wonderful day, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, you and your staff have a wonderful day.
You too, sir. Good to see you.
Robert, you should be getting out today, okay? So give me a call when you get released.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Without Virginia here, I've lost track of the tether. I didn't know that we were back having a significant delay.
I wasn't aware either, Judge. I can contact the tether unit today to just see about the time frame from order to implementation.
Thank you. Virginia used to send the email around regularly, but if I arraign somebody on August 29th and we're at September 6th and it was a personal bond, then that's beyond what the court intended.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
8:30. It's Holloway, 8:30. It must be,
I think it's usually 2.
well, because yeah. Here's other issues.
I think we have-
So what's the heat issue? Heat, what's the heat issue? You said there's a heating and cooling issue.
Someplace it works, someplace it don't.
Like the back hallway?
It doesn't work in the drug screening room, it doesn't work in the back hallway. But then there's other places like an icebox. Sumter's prosecutor's office and Cambridge, you could hang meat in.
But it's been like that all along.
Yeah. And they keep constantly coming out here and working at it. Don't have to work. But that's job security.
How are you today?
Hmm?
How are you today?
Good, very good. Do it, stop. There's nothing. to do.
I know.
It's out of our control.
When I was a young attorney, there was a newer judge, Donna Robinson Millhouse, and she used to start one time, whatever time her docket starts, she came out. She'd read the legal news, she'd read the free press, she'd read the whatever. And I asked one day, I said, why do you come out if there's nothing ready? She says, because I don't want people to think that I'm the reason why nothing's happening. She does that, and David Robinson does that too. He comes out, he'll go out in the hallway, like he'll leave his robe over the rail. And he'll go out in the hallway to get
Licensing
attorneys.
restriction will start today.
Thank you, ma'am. I was at church and someone asked me, I see you sitting out there when nothing's going on. I said, because I'm here. The signing that I have to do can wait. If there's stuff ready, I don't want anyone to have to come look for me to figure out, are we going? I'm like, we're going as soon as you're ready. As soon as we find these NDS attorneys and get the other jail logged on, we're going. Mm-mm.
Typically. I'll check.
It's not. It's a felony matter. Mr. Hadley is misdemeanors.
You got one for me?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm looking, I have the file open right here. I'm looking at the jail site. He's still in custody at the old jail. We don't. What we might need to do is send a call out to NDS. Well, he's not logged on yet, so I'm not looking for the attorney just yet. And we're just getting into the 9 o'clock.
We'll get your name, Susan.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Judge, I'm also here in Evan Holloway unless he's retained counsel.
You're also here for?
Evan Holloway?
He has not retained counsel. Joe has not logged on with him as of yet.
Okay, I'll hang tight and I will need a breakout room with him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pilkowitz,
Yes, Judge?
the co-defendant, we've already scheduled the exam date of October 18th at noon. That might be something to be mindful of.
I shouldn't have an issue with that so long as he is out of custody. If he's in, then we're gonna need an earlier exam date.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am good. How are you? I am so unused to seeing you in person.
I know. I had to quadruple check my notes for the docket prep this morning because I color code everyone who's in person.
This is our first Wednesday in person.
Okay.
I thought that it would encourage people to have conversations, follow up on discovery, follow up on plea offers.
Oh, we'd hope.
We would hope.
Yeah.
And I told my officer, I said, let me know if it's working, if it's not working, because it's not,
Yeah.
my goal is not to make it more difficult for attorneys to participate.
Oh, no, I would never expect that from you, Judge.
I just know that for years I drove around and if I
Yeah.
could sit in my office and do Zoom for hearings, I would have much rather have done that, but
Oh, yeah. I admit that I really like Zoom, but I also I really enjoy being assigned to this court, don't get me wrong, but it's I live in St. Clair Shores, so it's a battle to get here on time.
I spent the better part of 19 years driving 30,000 miles a year.
Oh my gosh.
And I was a big advocate for phone pretrials,
Yeah,
video conferencing, and it was not a thing. And if
yeah.
I could do that now, well, the mileage checks were great, but just the wear and tear
Yeah.
of being in the car all the time, it's,
I was gonna say, I mean, you can't lease a car then, you have to own, because, I mean, your annual lease isn't gonna be,
I've
isn't
never,
gonna allocate you 30.
I've never leased a car. And when I was doing that driving, both of my cars got to 200,000 miles.
Oh my gosh.
And the only reason one had a transmission go out and the other one we gave to a kid that was going to college.
Yeah.
But I drive my cars until the wheels fall off.
What kind of cars were they? I mean, 200,000 miles, that's impressive.
The first one was a Hyundai.
I hear those never die.
And I gave it to our niece who drove it through all of college and the first year of graduate school.
Oh, wow.
And then it was a Cadillac that the transmission went out on at 207,000.
Wow. That's reliable.
And now it's a minivan, which I've now driven for 7 years.
Oh, how do you like the minivan?
I love it. 130,000 miles.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I have 100 and my dog topped out at 119 pounds. And so I needed something where she could be in the back
Oh
and
yeah, 'cause
have
you have
her.
Great Danes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so you'll appreciate this. So I have Greyhound, who I think has made an appearance as my co-counsel
Mhm.
before unexpectedly. And then I have a Borzoi, which is like a Russian Greyhound, but slightly bigger. So two big dogs, and we had to buy a car that accommodates them. And we don't have kids, so I wasn't ready to go full minivan yet. So I went with the Ford Flex, which my husband teases me is what people who are in denial about needing a minivan get. But I love it because it's so boxy, and I travel with them a lot, so I have crash crates in there for them. But that was the only thing that fits those giant dogs.
I call it a minivan, but the registration calls it, I think, a sport wagon. But if you have the big mechanical liftgate in the back, it's a minivan.
Oh, the mechanical lift is so wonderful.
But she would jump up and it was low enough where she could get in.
Yeah,
And then I have
they
a
have that low
mother-in-law.
wheelbase.
I have a mother-in-law that we drive around who could not be in a vehicle that had too high of a step in.
Yeah.
So it's worked out nicely for us. We're a GM family, so I can only drive a certain brand of car now. So yeah.
Yeah, almost every male in my family is an engineer for one of the big three. So I had to go with US made, otherwise I'd be, ostracized.
Well, I've looked at new cars and I have sticker shock.
Oh, it's so bad right now. My car that, my Ford Focus that got me through law school, I mean, it died right when the pandemic hit and the used car prices soared. It was just the worst timing. And so, good morning. So we're just chatting about cars.
61,000 on the last 50 years of mine. I heard you talking about mileage.
Right.
Yeah.
I miss my original UPS Brown 1980 Mustang that had crank windows and AM only radio.
You said 1980.
80.
Oh,
When I was in high school, that's what I drove.
that's a cool first car though.
No.
Hey, it's a Mustang. It's a Mustang.
AM only, no horn and crank windows. Yeah, no.
I didn't know that they made cars with AM only. That shows my age.
That's what an $800 car looks like. This is 230429SD. This is State of Michigan versus Kyra Flagler. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, MIDC, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Kyra Flagler, who's sitting to my right. Please state your name.
Thank you, Ms. Flagler. Today is the date and time set for the pretrial in this matter. The court has received, the arraignment and pretrial, the court has received from Mr. Hadley an executed plea agreement that indicates that Ms. Flagler will be pleading guilty to count one, person under 21 with BAC, with any BAC, in the original charges of operating while intoxicated and possession of marijuana would be dismissed. Is that accurate, Mr. Hadley?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Flagler, would you raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your desire and intention this morning to plead guilty to the amended count of person under 21 with BAC.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind. You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes.
Yes, you have been?
Oh, no.
Thank you. Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Hadley, you cannot crack jokes while we're taking pleas.
That is my fault, Your Honor. When she said she'd been threatened, I saw the court officer start to get to the long eye there.
Because people hear,
Mhm.
and it's a weird compound question. Ms. Flagler, is it true that on October 22nd, 2022, in the city of Belleville, you were operating a motor vehicle while you had a blood alcohol content in any amount?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Ms. Flagler, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the amended count of person under 21 with BAC. There's a zero tolerance. The court has a statute as MCL 257.625.
Subsection 6, MCL 2, that's one of those statutes, it's got about 8 different OWI related statutes in it.
Correct, and I had to pull it because I
Yeah,
looked at the
that's
statute
what
because
took
of
us so
her
long. We're actually
age.
Trying to look it up and try to find it in the index code.
Right. That being the case, ma'am, because this was a drinking and driving offense, the practice of the court is to refer the matter to the probation department. They will be in contact with you by phone and by email. There will be forms for you to complete and an interview for you to do. They are still doing those interviews by Zoom. Once you've had the opportunity to meet with the probation agent, Anthony Grant, he will develop a sentence recommendation, send it upstairs to the court for review. We will schedule you to come back for your sentencing, okay? You're welcome.
And I will note for the record, I'm standing in for Miss Crystal Medina today, so she will be the attorney of record handling the sentence. So I didn't make a mess out of the register of actions for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Ms. Flagler, I will see you at your sentencing. You have a wonderful day, okay? That's fine. Is this client in person or is this client appearing by Zoom as well? What do you need to do to be able to print PTRs out here? Is it just a form that you need to have added?
I'm sure there's a way to do it, but there's a main area that it gets printed to, and I don't see that on my JAF.
Judge, would you like me to send Fred upstairs?
If he's
the-
available, but it's, thank you, Mariah. If he's available, great. It's just the Mary Ann being able to print PTRs in the courtroom.
Okay, Mary Ann, do you have the shared file drive on your computer in there?
That's what I'm looking at. I do not.
Okay, thank you.
I have the shared file, but I don't have the file that I need to go over to print it off.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Because people hear it. And I should ask it as two questions, actually, probably. No, it's your fault when your phone rings.
I think it wouldn't have happened after the first time.
Phone ringing, snoring, everything.
I'll never have another one like you.
I don't want another one. No, I forbid it. I told someone, I said, I can't see you because of this, as I see the top of his head, so when he moves, it's usually the only time I notice. Like, wait a minute, something's happening. Reduced to the 25762, count one.
Yeah, 257, 251.
On the plea form, Mr. Muhammad was kind enough to put the,
That makes it easy.
and then the count two is dismissed. I have signed our on-base queue.
Okay.
If I can do it and it's right in front of me, I'll forget.
I'm looking at Mr. Bolahanis, and I'm so used to seeing him in the corner of his office that it took me a moment. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well here. Thank you.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Let's come. This is 230428 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Jason Sonder. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Bolahanis, on behalf of Jason Sonder.
State your name for me, please, sir.
My name is Jason Sonder.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. The court has received the request from the parties to adjourn this matter for a final pretrial so that they may continue negotiations. That final pretrial, how long are you looking for, Mr. Bolahanis?
We were hoping, because I've got my schedule is so jammed on Wednesday, we're hoping we could go to October 4th. And the prosecutor said she had absolutely no objection to that. If that's possible, or even later if that date doesn't work. The other Wednesdays I'm jammed all morning. On the other Wednesdays before that.
Let's give Marianne a moment to check the schedule for the October 4th.
It's at 9:15, Judge Green.
Final pretrial in this matter will be on October 4th, 2023 at 9:15 a.m. in courtroom number 3 by Zoom with Judge Green.
Okay, thank you so much, John.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Bolahanis?
No, I mean, it's good to see you in person. You and your staff, it's, it's nice to see you guys.
It's good to see you.
And these courtrooms are beautiful, by the way.
They did a great job.
They did a magnificent job. It's, I go to all the courts and this is like one of the nicest ones. And I'm not just saying that, it is. It's, it's not only design nice, but there's plenty of room and you get more of a sense of, privacy and professionalism when you have this kind of design.
I agree with you. You have a wonderful day. Mr. Sonder, good luck to you.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great day. Great seeing you guys. Take care.
Sir, if you want, I can,
Good job.
do you want your notice?
Sure.
I'll mail you.
You just want to mail it?
Whatever you want me to do. Okay.
Whatever is easier for you. Okay, cool. I'll bring yours outside. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Sir, good morning. Absolutely.
Judge, I'm assistant prosecutor and public protector here on the Jasmine Bass.
Oh.
You're getting served. No,
It's like getting a notice from Lansing. It always takes you a second. Good morning.
Good morning, Caroline. I've never.
You've never been here?
No,
Oh.
I was here in Judge Oakley's for a couple other associated co-defendants that we charged earlier on this case, but I love your courtroom. The whole courthouse is just gorgeous.
They did a fantastic job considering where we came from.
Yes, well, yes. I remember we were for a Saturday arraignment on a murder case that I had a couple of years ago. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, this is ready to be worked on.
Yes, and they did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
It's a big step up from next door.
There is a co-defendant on this case who was arraigned late. It's in front of Judge Oakley on the 20th for his PCC. I just spoke with Mr. Quinn. Do we want to try to bring the two cases together? Perhaps move that defendant over to your docket?
I'm sorry, Judge Oakley, on what date?
20th. His name is Kevin Dunn.
We would need that file. We would need to be able to be in communication with his attorney to move it up. Judge Oakley.
So here's the rub on that. The three co-defendants, three first choice.
I'm good. How are you? You just let people meander up here to the bench. No, I'm giving you a hard time. You're fine. You're fine.
The wrinkle is the three who were charged first were before him, even though they're different case numbers. So I don't know how you guys want to juggle the.
Are you trying to get them all together off? Well, no.
Those three are handled. Those are done.
I was gonna say, I thought I saw the bind. Okay.
So it's just a question of who these two co-defendants will go for.
What are we doing today?
Today, it's just PCC. It makes sense, I think, if we're going to join them, to just kick this over so we can get both defendants on for the same day.
Then we would probably have Ms. Bass go over to the 20th with Judge Oakley, and we'll look to see what time Mr. Quinn's case is already scheduled. If that's what you want to do, if 2 weeks will get you where you need to be, or are you looking to?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'm so used to doing this and having you hear us. There is a co-defendant.
His name's Kevin Gunn, Gunn.
No, he's not on our docket. He's on Judge Oakley's for the 20th.
Okay.
So I would like to put Ms. Bass over to that same date and time so they can start to travel together.
What's the first name, Ron?
Kevin.
And if you go back to the podium and I'll call the case and you get your client and we can get those things going together.
9, September 20th.
Yes. And he is at the
This is 230643FY, State of Michigan versus Jasmine Bass. Come forward with your attorney, please. Your appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Penny, P740079 for the people.
Morning, Judge. Christopher Quinn, P6943, here on behalf of Ms. Bass, who is present.
State your name, ma'am.
Jasmine Bass.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. The court has had the opportunity to speak to the attorneys at the bench. There has been a request made that this case be adjourned to go on the same track as the co-defendant. That case being scheduled for PCC on Wednesday, September the 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Is that an accurate recitation of our conversation?
It is, Judge.
Yeah, that's correct, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant? Thank you. That concludes this matter. You have a wonderful day. Good luck to you, Ms. Bass.
All right, thank you.
Have a nice day, Judge. Nice to meet you.
You too. Good to meet you, sir.
Mr. Mohammed, are we ready on Myers?
Here's Myers right here. This attorney's online, he's here.
Mr. Mohammed, are we
I see
ready?
Mr.
on
Van
Myers?
Lam.
Judge, we're ready on Myers, scheduled at 9:15.
Correct. There's someone ahead of him. Mr. Myers is in the courtroom. He'll have a seat. I'll call his case next. You were asking a question. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, and I just want to try to stop.
No.
Did I just want to make sure I put, okay, this is, I did not put it on here. I don't know if we need to put this on the record since it's just responsible to the CI.
We will, just because. These are three S 4257678 A, B, and C. These are all State of Michigan versus Teodoro Ruiz. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, here on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Teodoro Ruiz, who is standing next to my right. Please tell the court your name. You just tell her your name. Okay. Did you hear him?
No, I did not. State your name, sir.
Say your name, Mom. Teodoro.
Thank you.
Sorry. Here. Oh, there you go.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment, pretrial, and the pre-hearing in these matters. The court is in receipt of a plea form signed by the attorneys indicating that Mr. Ruiz will be pleading responsible to improper lane use causing an accident, and that the B and C files, the operating an unregistered vehicle and no insurance under the insurance code would be dismissed. Is that correct and complete, Mr. Hadley?
It is, Your Honor. The vehicle has been sold, no longer has possession of the vehicle, so that is the extent of the plea, and that was the basis for it.
Sir, that's how you wish to proceed this morning? Yes? The court will accept your plea of responsible to the A file, which is the improper lane use causing an accident, will impose fines and costs of $195, and the other two matters will be dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, will you be able to pay that amount within the next 5 days?
Yes, thank you. Can you pay the 5 days? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. Good luck to you. This is 230592 FY, State of Michigan versus Daniel Myers. Mr. Myers, come up here to this podium, please. May I have your appearances, please?
Ahmed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nice to meet you. My name is Joshua Van Lon on behalf of Mr. Myers, who's present in your courtroom, I believe.
State your name for me, sir.
Daniel Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Today is the day and time set for PCC in this matter. Mr. Valent, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I did receive discovery late last night from the prosecutor, and I'm thankful for that. I'm not complaining about it. We've had some fruitful plea discussions, but I need to review discovery, and the prosecutor, I think, wants to talk with his officer. If it's okay with the court, I'd like to just reset the PCC, waive the 14 and 21 day rights, and hopefully we'll have a resolution or when we come back.
How long of an adjournment are you looking for, sir?
I would take 2 weeks if the court would allow.
2 weeks puts us on September the 20th at 9:15 a.m. That will be a live PCC in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Myers?
No, Judge, thank you for allowing me to appear by Zoom. I'm sorry we had to meet this way. It's my fault, nobody else's. Sorry about that.
No worries, sir. You have a wonderful day. Mr. Myers, that concludes this matter. Your next court date will be on the 20th, next door at 9:15 with Judge Oakley. Have a wonderful day, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. You have a wonderful day as well.
Thank you. Here. Okay. I saw the two of them come in. It's like, oh, something's going on.
Excuse me, Judge Martin.
Yes, ma'am.
I spoke with Division 2. Deputy Webb is attempting to get both Mr. Thick and Mr. Holloway into the meeting. No estimated time, so I'll keep you updated as we get new information.
I appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carson, did you need to speak to the prosecutor on your matters?
Good morning, Your Honor. I've already spoken. Damn day.
Thank you. Are we expecting your client?
Your Honor, I haven't been able to her. I noticed that the website is to be spoke with the former Ms. Gaden Robinson. There.
Ma'am, your audio is Your audio is not consistent. My apologies. I could not understand what you were saying.
I'm sorry, I'm in my car. Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I haven't been able to reach my client, but I know that the notice said her notice may have said in person. So I did reach out to the former attorney who said that she knew that she had been in rehab. So I don't know if that's where she is now.
Well, her case was scheduled at 9:30. So if you're prepared, we'll call the case and we'll address her failure to appear. This is 230113 FY, State of Michigan versus Tanya Kennan. May I have your appearances, please?
Stephanie Carson on behalf of Ms. Kennan, Your Honor, P57096.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the in-person PCC in this matter. Before the case was called, Ms. Carson indicated that she had not had communication with the defendant in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court for a brief adjournment just until Friday to allow me to try to go to my client's house and reach her. I was hopeful that she'd be at this hearing today.
Your Honor, can I get a minute, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Campbell is this morning.
There's a female and a male.
Is Montanez, right? He's our last exams of the day.
Calls first name is Tanya.
Campbell, it's a pretrial. They're
Your
two
Honor, the people
pretrials.
have no objections in regard to adjournment.
Ms. Carson, we are able to reset this matter to next Wednesday.
And that will be in person?
Yes, ma'am. The 13th at 8:45 a.m. If for some reason you are not able to appear in person, you need only submit a request to the court. Court staff will mail notice to Ms. Kennan to be here in person in courtroom number 1 on September the 13th at 8:45 a.m. Based on her warrant history in this file, having failed to appear for her preliminary exam back on March 10th, if she fails to appear at the September 13th PCC, the court will consider reinstating the warrant in this matter.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor, I do know that I can get a request to the court after I locate my.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carson, every time you turn your head, I lose you.
I'm sorry. Am I clear now, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I do know next Wednesday I am in a jury trial at Third Circuit. So you said I can submit a request to the court after I locate my client?
What time does your jury trial start?
8:30.
So you would not be available for the 8:45. Do you want us to put it over another additional week for Judge Oakley on the 20th?
That would be perfect, Your Honor.
9:30 on September the 20th with Judge Oakley. That's in person. Notice will be mailed to Ms. Kennan with that information and location. Is there anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Carson?
Nothing on behalf of Ms. Kennan, Your Honor. I did tell the prosecutor after I speak with her, if she decides to waive, I'll notify him and the court early so that we don't.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mhm.
are at the county jail, just waiting to get on. Here's a backup.
That's what Mariah
Oh.
advised. Thank you.
Then that's his job.
This is 1S39388855 ST State of Michigan versus Joseph Nicely.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good.
State your full name for the record.
Joseph Brian Isley.
Mr. Nicely, today is the date and time scheduled for your arraignment and pretrial on this matter. The court has received a plea form from the prosecutor. Did you speak to a court-appointed attorney this morning,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hadley?
I'm not sure what her name was. She had dark hair.
Did she have on a white shirt with a black vest kind of thing over
I
it?
think so.
You spoke to the prosecutor. So you did not was your plea negotiated with an attorney representing you?
No.
You waived your right to have the assistance of the MIDC attorney,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
court-appointed attorney. Okay. Mr. Nicely, the court has received from the prosecutor a signed plea form that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to the added count of impeding traffic, and the no license misdemeanor would be dismissed. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Nicely, what I was starting to ask before is that you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with the prosecutor. You understand the consequences, the charges you face, and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your desire to plead responsible to the added count of impeding traffic?
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way to get you to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on August the 12th, 2021, Michigan State Police found you to be impeding traffic in the city of Romulus?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The court will accept your plea of responsible to impeding traffic, will impose a fine of $195. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I can pay it today.
If you give us maybe 5-10 minutes, the file will be downstairs and you'll have the opportunity to make that payment at the cashier's. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
Have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you. You want me to just wait out here?
Yes, please, and the officer will let you know when your file's on the way downstairs.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning, Jamie. How are you?
I was sent down. Oh, you did fine. Yeah, you don't have that. Thanks.
Recording. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Your name, please?
Evan Holloway.
Mr. Holloway, your attorney is present. We'll get you moved into a breakout room so you may discuss your case with her.
All right.
This is 230613 SM, State of Michigan versus Shelby Michalak. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Caitlin Crapo, P86272, standing in for the attorney of record, Todd Perkins, on behalf of Ms. Michalak, who stands to my right. Ms. Michalak, state your name for the record, please. Shelby Michalak.
Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am. You have to do your part again for me, please.
That's okay. Good morning. My name is Caitlin Crapo, P number P86272. I'm standing in with express permission for the attorney of record, Todd Perkins.
Thank you. And ma'am, I received your appearance. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. There is a signed plea form from the prosecutor that indicates that this matter will be adjourned for a final pretrial date where the complainant must appear. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long of a adjournment are you requesting?
Whatever the
Brief
court is
time.
amenable to. We would just like to see the witness in order to work out the negotiations with the witness.
We are every Wednesday, so 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Give me 1 moment.
Before we get there, we skipped right over the arraignment.
Oh, right.
Let's start with the easy part.
We'll waive a formal reading of the charges, and we'll stand you an enter a plea of not guilty.
Thank you. While you're pulling up your calendar, there is a bond recommendation from the Huron Township Police Department asking that your client's bond be set at 5,000, 10%, and that she have no contact with the victim in this case, that being Ronald Simmons. Your response to that bond recommendation?
Your Honor, I would ask for a personal recognizance bond at 5,000. Ms. Michalak has no criminal history. She has retained counsel. There's no issues of flight. She has 4 children in the area. She's not planning to go anywhere. She's not a danger to the community at this time. So my response to that is I would ask for a 5,000 PR bond.
Does she have any reason to be in contact or communication with Mr. Simmons?
No, she does not know the complainant.
Okay. That being the case, the court will set your bond, ma'am, at 5,000 personally. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The condition of your bond, and you will not be chewing gum the next time you're in court, okay? Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant, in this case, that being Ronald Simmons. No contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact with third parties, no contact with social media. Should the court receive reports that you've made efforts to be in contact and communication with the complainant in any fashion, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand? Now, for the adjournment, 1 week, 2 week, 3 weeks.
I would ask for 3 weeks, Your Honor, to the 27th.
1, 2, 3, September the 27th
Thank you, Your Honor.
at 9 a.m. And that will be next door in courtroom number 2. That's live in number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Complainant to appear. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Michalak?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go. September the 27th with Judge Oakley at 9 a.m. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks to your staff.
You're welcome. Ma'am, if you would let Mr. Perkins know that I said hello and I hope all is well.
Of course.
Thank you.
Oh.
Left?
Yeah, Jamie showed them how to get a
Oh, okay.
Zoom so they could watch.
I was going to delay calling the case because I thought maybe they had stepped out and were coming right back in. Ma'am, did you need to speak to the prosecutor on Holloway or were you ready for the case to be called?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
As soon as he comes out of the breakout, This is 2306558FY. This is State of Michigan versus Evan Holloway. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Judge, Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653, on behalf of Evan Holloway, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Holloway, will you state your name for the judge, please?
Evan Holloway.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning, Ms. Pilkowitz?
Your Honor, I haven't received any discovery in this case, neither paper nor digital, but as I understand it, the court has set this matter for an exam with the co-defendant on October 18th at noon. That date will work for Mr. Holloway as well, so I can just follow up with Mr. Mohammed regarding discovery.
In regards to digital discovery, it is missing on our end as well. We did email the OIC. And the defense counsel that we have on file is Joshua Kaplan. I don't know.
Mr. Kaplan, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Kaplan is strictly the arraignment attorney. The case has been assigned to NDS going forward. That will be Ms. Pilkowitz. And Ms. Pilkowitz, I believe you misspoke. You indicated this case had been scheduled for an exam. It was not this case. It was the companion file.
I meant, sorry, I apologize, for the co-defendant. It's my understanding.
I understand, ma'am. I just want to make the record clear. And additionally, I disclosed to Mr. Mons, the attorney for the co-defendant earlier, that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, does not know anything about this case, doesn't know that it is scheduled, and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. Do you need to speak to Mr. Holloway regarding the disclosure, or are you prepared to proceed?
Judge, I'm prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Holloway, your in-person preliminary examination is scheduled for October 18, 2023 at 12 p.m. here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to address bond.
Absolutely, ma'am. Proceed.
Your Honor, Mr. Holloway's bond is set at 10,000, 10%. His mother posted his bond a week ago. Same thing, he has been held on the tether delays. Judge, as far as I understand, and again, I don't have discovery, but as far as armed robberies goes, I believe he knows the complaint witness, but knows that he's have no contact with him. I don't believe there are any substantive allegations of violence against Mr. Holloway. He's 21 years old. He has no record. He lives with his mother. Judge, I don't think a tether is necessary in this case. And in light of the delays, I would ask the court to remove it at this time. And in the alternative, allow for Mr. Holloway to seek a private tether, as again, Wayne County has been very backed up.
Any comment, Mr. Mohammed?
Your Honor, we'll leave this one up to your discretion.
Thank you. Ms. Pilkowitz, you were not here when the attorney for the co-defendant made the same argument, and the court's intention and desire at the time of setting the bond was not to have Mr. Holloway unduly detained. And inasmuch as he has had family now post bond for him, and the sole reason why he remains in custody is a backup by the sheriff's GPS tether department, the court has some concerns that Mr. Holloway has criminal history, most recently in 2022. But inasmuch as he is showing that he has significant family or at least community support, the court will amend the bond to remove the tether requirement. Court staff will update the pretrial release notice to indicate as much. Mr. Holloway, the requirement remains that you appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved. Your next appearance date will be in person on October 18, 2023 at noon in courtroom number 1. Court staff again will get that updated pretrial release order over to the sheriff's department so that Mr. Holloway may be released unless there's something else that holds him. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Judge,
anything else on behalf?
Sorry, could I trouble the court or the prosecution just to read the name of the complainant into the record for purposes of both a conflict check and the no contact order?
It's no trouble, Ms. Pilkowitz, and my apologies. I forget that 2 or 3 second delay makes a world of difference. The complainant is Donovan Schuck, S-C-H-U-C-K.
Thank you, Your Honor. Otherwise, nothing further.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Holloway, I will see you on October 18th. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Evan, I'm going to call your mom right now. I'll let her know you should be getting out today, okay?
Okay.
And Mr. Holloway's family had been here present in the courtroom since about 8:20 this morning. They just left and I believe logged on remotely.
Thank you, Judge.
So wait, do I
Thank
leave
you.
on tether? Am I leaving on a tether?
No, no tether.
Okay.
This is 230577 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Kenneth Buber Jr. Thank you. Your appearances, please.
Attorney Josh Hadley, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Kenneth Huber, who is staying to my right. Please state your name. Kenneth Huber.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. The notation in the file was that the complainant was to appear. The court is in receipt of a signed plea form that indicates that Mr. Buber will be pleading guilty to assault and battery pursuant to 771.1, that a condition of the plea is that he complete an anger management course and have no contact with Elise Mendez. Mr. Hadley, is that the full and complete understanding and plea agreement?
It is, Your Honor. We left off the length of probation. We know that that's to the court's discretion. There was a discussion between myself and the APA. She had no objection to my request of 6 months. I thought I would just let the court know that.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. May you put your hand down? You've had the opportunity to discuss your case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading guilty as charged to assault or assault and battery?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on January 21st, 2023, in Huron Township, you committed an assault or an assault and battery upon one Ms. Elise Marie Mendez?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mohammed? Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely. I won't put words in the APA's mouth. Rima was running this one.
Rima.
She's on board.
In as much as the prosecutor's office have signed the stipulated plea agreement, the court will accept the plea of Mr. Buber. As indicated previously, the plea will be taken under advisement pursuant to 771.1 for a period of 6 months. Sir, you are to complete the anger management course and have no contact with Elise Mendez. Sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact with third parties, no contact with social media. Should this court receive report over the next 6 months that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with Ms. Mendez, it could be viewed as a violation of your sentence in this matter. Your under advisement status could be revoked, a conviction enter on your record. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hadley, the court will impose costs in this matter of $600 and the requirement that he again complete the anger management course. Mr. Buber, the court probation department will be able to help you get enrolled in and participate in the anger management course. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the costs assessed in this matter?
It was a head nod. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Then what we will do, Mr. Buber, you will need to be in contact with the collections department. You can stop downstairs. The file will be downstairs shortly, or you can go onto the court's website submit a request for a payment plan, or you may contact the court's collection department by phone and set a payment plan in this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you for hearing us out today, and I'll move on.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day. Is the attorney here?
See if I'm on there.
About 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. No, Ken just said it to me. I will step off for just 1 second, but I will be right back. It doesn't appear that there's anything imminently ready. Good morning, Mr. Thick.
Morning, ma'am. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Not well at all.
Sad to hear that, Mr. Thick.
I haven't had meds in about 10 days.
Have you spoken to Mr. Hadley this morning?
No.
Let's get you connected to your attorney, sir.
Okay, I don't know how to do this, so.
Thank you. Who was just in here?
Yeah, plus. Is that a co-defendant case? You gotta play the song bad.
Boober. No,
Oh,
he was a single case.
okay.
What happened with the Bill tire case? Good morning, Ms. Jefferson.
Good morning. I have.
Ma'am, I see.
Go ahead.
I'm
Mine is
sorry, I was
supposed to be
starting
in
to say
person.
at 11:30, correct?
Right, at 12. But Judge, I
You have
got
11:30
COVID.
and
I'm
at 12
asking for
o'clock.
adjournment.
Ms. Jefferson, let us put you in with the prosecutor
Okay,
and you speak to Ms. Yafufi regarding that request.
okay.
Have a nice view.
Who does?
Hmm?
Who does? I don't know. Oh, you know what? I wonder her.
Let me go see if Reema's in her.
Well, right, because there's nobody moved into that room. Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Crova.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Grand Rapids.
Yes. I have nothing to do with that.
Well, thank you. You know.
I'm glad that that's very good.
Adjournment.
Who?
That attorney.
Yes.
Okay, on what?
On the 2 exams for this afternoon, Chubb and Green.
Chubb and Green.
Thank you. I assumed as much when I saw you. How are your folks?
Always good.
Staying busy?
Yeah, he's looking for a car now. He wants to replace his car. His car's got almost 200,000 miles.
What's he looking for?
Same thing. He can pull it behind his motorhome easy.
What is it? I don't know what he
It's
drives.
I would never drive it. It's like I shouldn't say never.
A small car?
Yeah, very small car. So yeah, as much as we like to drive, and then he can pull behind his motorhome. It's easy.
Oh, that makes a world of difference, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
So he wants to replace with the same thing.
Good morning, sir. Well, unless Mr. Hadley and Mr. Thick are ready, that's one, you're fine, Mr. Cohen. Thank you. That will significantly lighten our afternoon. Ms. Shafufi, did you speak with Ms. Jefferson or did Mr. Mohammed?
They both are there, Judge.
Thank you. She just walked in the courtroom.
Good morning, Judge. Rima Asif on behalf of people, P82800.
Responding to what court call? What case do you want me to call?
Oh, Ms. Jefferson's.
Thank you. This is 230223FY. This is State of Michigan versus Brian Chubb. Ms. Shafufi, the court notes your appearance. Ms. Jefferson, your appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomas C. Jefferson on behalf of Brian Chubb.
And good morning, Your Honor. Commissioner Anderson for the people, P84088 appearing in people versus Chubb.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the exam. The in-person exam was scheduled to start at 11:30. Ms. Jefferson, you had a request?
Yes, Your Honor. I have COVID. I'm requesting an adjournment.
I have no objection, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Jefferson, my secretary will check our October 18th calendar at 1. We will adjourn. Mr. Chubb's exam will be adjourned to October 18th at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, I also got Mr. Green.
I know, I'm just, Ms. Jefferson, if you could just give me a moment. I'm just
Okay.
trying to get the notes into one file. Have you already spoken to your clients
No, Your
advising
Honor,
that this adjournment was, okay.
I'm gonna send him an
So
email.
Mr. Chubb is adjourned to October 18th at 1 p.m., still live in courtroom number 1, 34th District Court. And then there is 230521 FY, that's State of Michigan versus Cavante Green. Ms. Yafufi, I note your appearance for the record. Ms. Jefferson, I note your appearance for the record. I understand the request will be the same. The court will find good cause and adjourn the exam of Mr. Green over to October 18th at 1:30 PM live in courtroom number 1. Ms. Jefferson, I hope you feel better. I will see you in October, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Have a good day, Judge.
You too, ma'am. Thank you. Good to see you. Sorry, I picked up a little bit of. This is 230387 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Davis Sealy. May I have your appearances for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Read my application on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, 86151, appearing in person with Davis Sealy, who's present and out of custody. Can you state your name, please, for the record?
Anaya Davis.
Thank you, ma'am. Today is the date and time for reviewing this matter. The last time that the parties were here would have been on June 21st, 2023, when the matter was referred for competency. The court has since received a report from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. The finding of the examiner is that Ms. Davis is competent to stand trial in this matter at this time. That being the case, the court will enter an order to that effect. And turn to the parties for the scheduling of an examination, the preliminary examination in this matter, unless there is something else, Ms. Yafufi, that the people are asking the court to take up.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen, are you prepared to have the exam scheduled in this matter?
Your Honor, before we do that, I believe that my client wishes to address the court with respect to request for new counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Yes, I decline his services as an attorney due to there not being contact, and also due to there being a breakdown in communication.
Ma'am, is your request for the removal of Mr. Cohen and the assignment of a new attorney, or do you intend to proceed on your own in this case going forward? Any response from the people?
I'll leave that to the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Ms. Davis, inasmuch as you have an absolute right to represent yourself in these proceedings, the court will grant your request to release Mr. Cohen from service in this matter. Mr. Cohen, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And then, ma'am, Ms. Davis, as to the scheduling of the preliminary examination, this matter, is it your intention to proceed with an exam?
Yes.
Ma'am, our next available date is October the 18th at 2 p.m. Is that an acceptable date?
Yes.
Ms. Yafufi, is that an acceptable date?
That is an acceptable date, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, your in-person preliminary examination will be on October 18th at 2 p.m. back here, live in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Davis?
No.
That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. Our afternoon got infinitely better. There might actually be lunch today.
I am trying to manifest 2 acres.
Now that you've said it, you've ruined it. I got worried when Mr. Mohammed was, not in a bad way, but just. I'm sorry. I got nervous when I saw him. I thought it was another Mr. Bookful where we would not see you
Oh,
for a
no,
couple
no.
of weeks.
He's just helping out.
When I first came on, the camera was pointed away, so I was a disembodied voice talking to him. So I went out to introduce myself to him.
Yeah.
Are we ready with Mr. Thick?
No.
Okay.
We're just talking.
No worries.
Give me just another moment.
No, we are not in a rush. We are on track.
I have a little bit of question. The ROH was and she has 2 cases.
Yes,
Okay.
same victim.
Yeah. I
A
think-
couple of a year apart, I believe, or something like that. Hold on one second.
On the offense dates, yeah.
No, not even a year, it's 4 months.
Okay. So it looks like there's a PR bond on the case and then 10% on the AMD case. She's going fast. She hasn't posted bonds since she was arraigned.
Because they were the same. She's here.
Right, I just met with her.
You just met with her?
Yeah.
We want to talk about, well, you want to take that up when the cases are called? I'm happy to take it up.
Perfect. I'll be. Just I want to verify that that was the 20th would have been my start date for when her incarceration was pretty much running.
She came to us in custody on the 21st.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when she
We'll
was.
go off the 21st.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Absolutely.
We can do that here.
Judge,
Ma'am?
in situations where there's a person representing himself, like, how do I share discovery? Because she sounds like she doesn't want to speak to the people. Like, what do I?
I'm reluctant to take up a specific case when the other side is not present, but
Generally speaking.
I think discovery is exchanged in the same manner that it will with a represented party unless there's some order precluding that full and free disclosure of information.
Hypothetically speaking, maybe we had a pro per on the stalking case a few months back. There may be protective words that she's talking about, that says you can't disseminate, share, or post any materials you receive. So if this winds up on Facebook, we're dragging all that. You know what I mean, like that kind of thing. So, help me.
Was it really? Oh, she was. Oh. Be of little faith.
Do they have more attorneys?
Huh?
What do we do? Do you know what I do with this?
I know.
Okay.
Usually I would say ask Heather.
And Judge signed a binding order that happened. We do that.
It was, but it's going. But, we're gonna have it. Correct, yep, yep. Is I in my scheduling screen or where? Am I? You can call me back. Okay. Okay, so what do I comment and say? Right. Right. Yeah. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. No, I went to RA. Right, thank you.
Let's consider the 18th closed, not schedule anything else on that date. And I'm looking at the 25th and we already have 11:30 and the 12th.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
think the clerks do, not clerks, the secretaries do it, but I think, you know what, I don't think that request has previously been made because of. Is that what the issue is? Let's, hold on a second.
I rarely ever go this route. I do have some serious concerns. Is there regular flow then? I guess we can run the rec on this, that whenever you guys are ready on that part,
Okay,
you just let me know.
excuse me. This is 230570 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Dennis Thick. May I have your appearances, please? Everyone's everywhere else. Everyone's in a waiting room. No, because the prosecutor's there with an attorney.
So we're gonna call the two packs matter?
If you're okay to do Thick first?
Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hadley is on, but I just saw him walk by.
Okay.
I'm here.
Mr. Hadley, this is 230570 SM, State of Michigan versus Dennis Thick. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Dennis Thick, who's appearing via Zoom from the Wayne County Jail. Mr. Thick, please state your name for the court. Mr. Thick, please state your name for the court.
Mr. Thick?
My screen doesn't indicate that he's on mute.
He's not on mute. His audio is connected. Mr. Thick? Mr. Thick, are you able to hear me, sir? The audio is connected. Thank you, officer. Mr. Thick,
Yes.
state your name for me, sir.
Dennis Austin Thick.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley and Ms. Yafufi, before we begin, Mr. Thick, when he joined us, indicated that he had not had access to his medication for, I believe he said 10 days. The court is inclined to amend the pretrial release order to request that the jail review him for a mental evaluation and give him access that he needs to his prescribed medication. That being the direction the court intends to go to. This matter being scheduled for pretrial this morning, Ms. Shafufi, how were the people intending to proceed?
Judge, I believe Mr. Hadley will be requesting an adjournment for a global resolution of all Mr. Thick's cases. Is that correct, Mr. Hadley?
Ms. Yafufi, I'm gonna have to speak with Neighborhood Defender Services first, but that is the intent, is that we would be able to work cooperatively with them. My bigger concern today would, again, as the judge noted, we would like to get Mr. Thick evaluated psychologically as soon as possible and have him meet with medical professional.
Mr. Hadley, the court will prepare a pretrial release order that indicates the same to the Wayne County Jail. We'll note for the record that the other cases are scheduled for preliminary examination and pretrial on October the 11th. That will be with Judge Green. So we will put this matter over to that docket. If the goal is global resolution, that don't imagine there's any better way than to have these cases, as many of them as possible, traveling together. I know. At 11 a.m. on October 11th, in number 3 with Judge Green.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And in the interim, Mr. Thick, the court will get the request over to the jail so that you may begin to access the medication that you're prescribed. Oops. Anything else, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thick, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
No worries. Have a good day, sir.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you. This is 230329 FY, State of Michigan versus Scott Tupacs.
Good morning, Your Honor. Reba Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Vincent on behalf of Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. It is an absolute pleasure to see you. State your name for me, please, sir.
Scott Tupac.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Vincent, how are we proceeding this morning?
After conversation with prosecutor for asking for probably a 4 or 5 week delay, so I get my hands on the videos. Review them.
That will put us on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, October the 11th. Give you a moment to check your schedule, sir.
Full confession.
I know someone else keeps your calendar.
October 11th, 10:30.
Mary Ann's checking. It's Judge Green's calendar. Give us one moment. $12.
No.
The PCC, yes, sir. The PCC is adjourned to October 11th. Let's try that. The PCC is adjourned to October the 11th, 2023 at 9 a.m. That will be by Zoom in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Mr. Vincent, when you get back to the office, If that is not a good time or date, please reach out to Judge Green's secretary. Thank you, sir. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. That concludes this matter. Have a good day. This is S34253626. This is State of Michigan versus Rajwinder Singh.
Ready, Your Honor. Patrick McFadden on behalf of the defendant, date and time set for a pre-formal hearing conference. We've reached a resolution. I'm prepared to enter a plea to the overweight charge with authority from the client, with an agreed upon fee of $880 or fine.
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. The court has received a signed plea form from the prosecutor's office wherein there is a responsible accepted to the overweight with a fine of $880.
Judge, just because they're from Canada, can we please have 30 days to make that payment?
Mr. McFadden, I'm sure you're aware that the standard in this court is 5 days, but given your argument, the court will allow 30 days to pay. The sooner the better. Anything
Yep,
else?
No, thank you, and I do appreciate it. My clients.
No worries, sir.
appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Thanks. Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Why is Detective Long here? Good morning. How are you? Wonderful. Campbell?
She should be appearing in just a second. She's here. Leanne's back.
I see her out.
She's got like back on her roster.
That's Leanna. I see her out in the hallway right now with the same outfit on, as a matter of fact.
Said she's got 2 shifts for next month.
Is it Ms. Yafufi or is it Mr. Mohammed?
This is you come on. We're set, Scott. Thank you.
A prosecutor.
Oh.
I know, I got the attention of the wrong
I had
attorney.
him behind me. I just thought that. It could be, that's what he was saying that sometimes.
Did you and Ms. Belcher text each other this morning or something?
We did.
Jeez.
It always happens, Judge.
These are 220337 SM and 220230 SM. These are both State of Michigan versus Tanya Campbell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Tanya Campbell, who's standing to my right. Ms. Campbell, please state your name for the court.
Tanya Ann Campbell.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Today is a day and time set for the pretrials in both of these matters. The court is in receipt of a signed plea agreement wherein the indication is that Ms. Campbell will be pleading guilty in 220337 to the sole count of assault or assault and battery, and that count, I'm sorry, and that 230230 the charge of domestic violence would be dismissed. Is that your full and complete understanding of the plea that you'll be entering this morning, Ms. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, ma'am, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty in the file that ends 0337, assault or assault and battery.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell, is it true that on March the 18th, 2022, in the city of Romulus, you committed the act of assault or assault and battery upon one Andrew Matthew Mullins?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Shafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Ms. Campbell, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the sole count in 0337, that being assault or assault and battery. Ma'am, there was additionally an indication on the file plea agreement that your sentence in this matter will be a jail term of 16 days with credit for the 16 days already served. Is that your understanding, Ms. Shafufi?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's your understanding as well, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Campbell, your plea having been accepted, the parties having reached a sentence agreement, the court will impose that jail time of 16 days with credit for time serving. Consider this matter closed out. These matters closed out. Ma'am, you have some other outstanding issues with the court. It appears that you are scheduled to return on September 21st for pretrials and some other unrelated matters.
The trespassing,
Yes, ma'am.
can I take care of those today?
No, ma'am. They're not scheduled today. All necessary parties would not have received notice to be here today.
Okay.
What day are they back up, Your Honor?
September 21st. Anything else, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, God bless you. Have a good day. I don't know what to say about you and Ms. Yafufi. If you have on the same shoes, I'm done, I'm leaving.
No, we did, and you know what's funny? I talked to her yesterday and we didn't even plan this. Like,
A, I don't believe it, but okay.
I promise. We should have planned it. I like her hair, we changed it.
Thank you. Just for you. I hear the story that you're back and I said I have to do something for Mrs. Belcher.
I am back. Good time.
Well, then you think of the song, Guess Who's Back?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hear that as your theme music for some reason. I'm not sure
I think it's because of the conversation you had with Miss Manning.
why that song would, you know what? I continue to be shocked and amazed from time to time. And I am looking for, oh, sorry, I gave you one file, not the other. Because I have my own theme music that I hear when I come out, so.
I need to know what this theme music is for you.
Mr. McKenzie, please excuse us the banter. I just don't get a chance to see Miss Belcher often. And I'm stalling because I read her motion and the cited cases, and of course I left it on my desk. Give me one moment, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I put.
Oh, yes.
No.
No, because the nollie is the verb. That's what you're doing. It's just Latin verb.
This is 173620 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Wade McKenzie. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. We're back with the people. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Anna Belcher, 880177 on behalf of Mr. Wade McKenzie. Sir, will you please state your name?
Wade McKenzie.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for it says both exam and trial in this matter, but the court is in receipt of the defendant's motion to dismiss due to speedy trial violation, dismiss for destruction of evidence. The parties have had the opportunity to speak. Ms. Yafufi, how are we proceeding this morning?
People are nolly crossing this case.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
That being the agreement of the parties, this case is nolly crossed, indicated in the file. There was personal bond. There's nothing else for this court to do, Mr. McKenzie, other than wish you a wonderful afternoon and issue the reminder that you have cases scheduled with Judge Green on September 14th at 8:30 a.m.
You have the Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Belcher?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, you're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon.
You too?
Thank you.
Judge.
Oh, jeez. Every time I let go, I feel like turtle wax over there. We have Mr. Nunley at 11:30. I'm looking back. Everything else was last scheduled at 11:15, so they are untimely at best.
And I see 2 at 10:15 that were arraignment pretrials.
That the court takes as failures to appear at this point.
So I'm gonna boogie up to Rochester for.
That is a beautiful building. The security is kind of tight and weird, but it's a nice building.
Security's a little bit weird. The stairs. they're
Feel very
beautiful,
Tara.
But yeah, it's one of those kind of things that you see a lot of people like, because there's no railing and you just kind of have that like, do I go right? Do I go left?
Mhm. But considering where they were before, their building was worse than this court's old building. It was felt like a
Looked like the old school elementary
Right.
school kind of like.
mobile home kind of
yeah.
thing, yeah.
It is a beautiful building. I like this one better. I think the other, they did some things just for the sake of doing it. It's not like. Right?
I think what happens is if you've been in a building for too long and you desire a new building, your wish list is a little bit different versus like 35th.
Their courtrooms are tiny.
Their seating is tight.
Yeah.
In 35th, I mean, in Rochester.
Like Bluefield Hills at 48, I think they spend the whole budget on landscaping because the inside of the place is that great. The outside is beautiful.
Oh.
I just wondered if you could stamp each one of the.
Stamp?
Yeah. I would take your.
You just knocked Ms. Belcher
Sorry.
over. Stamp or sign?
You could sign whatever, that way I don't have any problems with the sheriff.
She said.
You know what I mean? I already sealed it. It's just showing a dismissal,
You want me signed by the seal or sign somewhere else?
wherever you like.
I don't care.
No one's gonna question that.
Tomorrow, you're with us on that busy day, Mr. Hadley.
I am.
Tomorrow is.
Well.
I didn't get an email
Thank you so much.
for Chris.
Thank you. Don't look behind the curtain, Mr. Hadley. Failures to appear. These are 23L560784 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Jessica Charbonneau. These matters were scheduled at 9:15. It's now 11:07 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file will be set for show cause. The B file, which is a civil infraction, will be deemed in default. You need more than that?
No.
Have a good day, everybody.
You
Thank
too,
you.
Mr. Hadley.
Is that 10:30?
What?
When you're just.
9:15.
In the last name.
Charbonneau, SCHARE, da, 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 da.
Thank you.
This is 230628 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Alexis Alexander. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:15. It's now 11:08 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by this court. The matter will be set for show cause. Oh, no. No? Those are Mackenzie's. Thank you. 230629 SM, State of Michigan versus Tamara Perkins. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:15. It's now 11:09 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by the court, the matter will be set for show cause. Mr. Mohammed,
Yes, Judge.
we had a Bell Tire matter scheduled at 8:45 3S 4178594A. There was a representative here from Bell Tire in with you earlier. What happened with that matter?
I believe, I actually cannot recall.
I saw them in your breakout meeting with you, but there was no, I don't know. If your memory gets clear, let me know. Otherwise, we'll have to put it over and renotice it. It was scheduled for arraignment pretrial.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, thank you.
This is 230424 SM, State of Michigan versus Juan Bravo Arias. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:11 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, case already being in warrant status, the court will leave it as such.
So, for Bell Tire, it was $400. They paid $400.
$400 for what?
So that one was handled by, I think it was overweight charge.
Confirm it with her because it's actually a misdemeanor. So there's a plea form that, because there were two. Nope. Bell Tire was a misdemeanor matter and she reduced it to a civil infraction of something different with a $400 fine. I just need the form so I can update the file. Thank you. We're done until 11. I'm saying it to you. I don't know if you can talk that loud. 11:30 with Royce Nunley
Oh, okay.
on Rogers.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Hi,
I'm leaving, but I wanted to introduce someone. Hi, how are you?
I am super. How are you?
Not too bad. Brittany Carmona.
Carmona.
She used to work.
Carmona, Detective Carmona?
Yeah,
Of course.
the wife of. Yeah, so she used to work for me, but now she's a prosecutor.
Really?
Yes, I'm with Judge Cusick downtown. I'm this court prosecutor. She left me.
She left you?
It's depressing.
What did you do to
I
run
was
her off?
very supportive. Yes, Penn did run me off. But they both supported my move to the prosecutor's office.
That's a sign of a good mentor. Encourages you to go on to bigger and better things, right?
Yeah, Ben actually made the phone call to him.
Oh, that was wonderful.
It was great.
Nice.
We all golf together still. It was on very, very good terms.
I'm not a golfer. I'm happy to drive the cart.
Yes. Well, listen, I did insurance law during law school, just like everybody else. And everybody would take off and go on these golf outings. So I was like, I'm getting clubs, so I can go on these, so I don't have to.
Oh, I
have to go into the office.
I have clubs.
Yeah.
But they're in the basement, right next to our luggage.
You don't need the skill, you just need the clubs and say, I can go.
I'm good for a scramble, but that's
Yes.
barely. I'm like the kid that's picked last, and I have no problem with that. It's fine. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
So are you telling me now when I need a fourth, I can come find you?
I will whine and cry. I'll drive the car and I'll do the putt. And my driving days are over. It's a skill that if you don't develop it, you lose it
Oh,
so
absolutely.
fast.
We had like a little 3-week break on our little makeshift golf league that we started with just her husband and my husband and us. Yeah, we said it was a league, but we.
Why do you call it a league? Just call it what it is, drinking and driving.
Yeah, I went back golfing. I forgot everything. But I just wanted to introduce. Yeah, to meeting you.
Good to meet you. I think our golf league should be putt-putt.
Yeah.
A lot less dangerous, a lot
Manageable,
cheaper.
Yeah.
Just a
Golf is
suggestion.
super expensive. It is.
Versus $3 for putt-putt at the ice cream place not too far from me. Yeah. If
that's
they had
perfect.
different beverage, it might be a better.
I'm just sell.
Exactly. That might be a good side business
Yeah,
for
you're
us to
not
get
wrong
into.
about
You
it.
never know.
I was here meeting you.
My
Just to go pay for
pleasure.
My lunch right now.
Are you really?
If I just tell her she's paying enough, then.
That's
she'll
what you
just
should have
pay.
said. Right. Where are you going for lunch?
I'm at around. Just messing around here. I'm from Taylor, but I just don't hang out around. I don't know
Okay,
where the lunches
Taylor,
are.
Romulus, 6 of one half dozen of the other.
Right.
I've lived in both, so.
Yeah. I don't know the restaurants, but you do. Well, that one place on Wing. Oh, the brunch place. Wing.
The French place?
The brunch place.
Brunch. I was like, what French?
The brunch, yeah.
In Western Wayne County, yes.
Yeah.
I have to.
No, yeah, you've been there, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I have.
Yeah, they're very good. I
The
was
detour
impressed.
isn't that bad.
It's not, does it send you on e-course? Take you around.
It probably would, but would I go Wayne 94 or 275 Michigan and just come back around that way
Oh,
versus,
maybe.
yeah,
Okay.
that might be quicker at this time of day, 11:16, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll see each other sooner.
You are always welcome here.
I signed up. It's wherever Mary Ellen decides to put me. Oh, you are? You're back on?
When did I hear that? A couple of days ago. And I was like, wait a minute, I just saw Miss Beltran. I thought the story was that she was, I know.
Ben and I are still now. They broke up. They used to break up all the time, but now it's official.
Is it TMZ official? Is it really? Is there paparazzi everywhere
Yeah.
catching you pack your office up?
I try to avoid them, but they're just waiting for me. Tell her where your new office might be. I'm looking at buying a building right next door to him. Isn't that funny? Wouldn't that be funny?
Is that where you want to be?
I love being down river. She just can't get away from Ben. Like,
Is
it's
that
like a
what it
really
is?
toxic relationship with a boyfriend that you like should, you should be dating in high school, but once you date him.
You just can't quit him?
No.
I
she's having a
understand.
tough time.
We all have those people in our lives.
It's hard, but really, I mean, who's like the best person in the whole entire world. And I figured if I was close enough to him, we'd still walk over and have coffee.
Are you trying to poach?
Mentor me? No way. No, he's uncoachable. He's definitely uncoachable. He's at the end of his career. He strolls in about noon, Facebooks all day, only has like 2 or 3 federal cases. But he's a wealth of information. Yeah.
I want to be like that. I want to be at a certain point where I'm done with this. I'm taking maybe 1 or 2 cases a month. I'm wondering, yeah, I'll do like when Mr. Vincent came in, everything stops. Everyone's like, oh, Judge Martin, what are you here for? Oh, I just have a speeding ticket or a parking. I would love to be able to get to that point, but that's still 20 years off.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan, his goals. And my goals.
You'll give me space. I actually already have a plan for my space once I'm done on the bench.
Look at you.
There's a house that I will convert into an office.
Aw.
So that I can walk to court, walk the 5 blocks to court and do my hearings and then meander back over there and
Yeah, you should get a bicycle with a little basket on the front. I feel like that would be really cute with your little files and basket.
I have threatened to get a motorcycle for the last 11 years. My husband and I have had this conversation. My girlfriend and I are convinced that we'll go get the endorsements and we'll be.
That's the midlife crisis you're going through.
It's not a crisis because I haven't gotten it. I'll ride my Schwinn. I'll put a basket on my Schwinn and I'll ride that back and forth. So I can be sweaty coming to court. That's always nice. That's always attractive to the people.
Well, if you get the motorized bike, you don't do anything. And then you start the pedal and then it takes off.
I know.
Well, then it would be the best of both worlds, kind of like a motorcycle, but still a Schwinn probably.
But then people will know and I'll get run off the road. I'll get a ticket for impeding traffic. Nobody will what? Still here. Last week. I see him all the time. You know what? And there's another guy that I see all the time. He doesn't get written for anything, but he rides his bike everywhere. And whenever I see him, I roll down my window and I yell out to him, "How you doing?"
Really?
My husband's like, "You're such a weirdo." I said, "But I know who he is. I think it's rude to go by and not speak." Just like Officer Kroger. His dad rides his bike, and if I'm early enough, I'll see him and I'll pull up and, "Hey, Mr. Kroger." Yeah.
Now that you say that, one of my friends did Judge Parrott hit on his bicycle.
Judge Parrott rides that bike everywhere and he's fast. He's super speedy.
She called me and she's like, I guess somebody asked me for this, he Richmond Kitchen Fire. I'm like, what did he look like? What was his name? I sent a picture. I'm like, this was like, yup, that's Judge Parrott. Judge Parrott.
He's in great shape. He rides that bike everywhere. When I see him out and about at different things, I always laugh at him because he was off for a minute because he had some orthopedic thing done. But he's like, yeah, I'm back riding. I'm not gonna stop. It's a perfect way to stay in shape. I'm like, whatever.
You know, Judge Nacida from the 23rd, he was the same way. He would ride his bike when he was on the bench, he would ride his bike, and then he got off the bench, and you would see him all around the city, just trucking along on his little bicycle. He's so cute. I love him. See, you have a future in bike riding around your town.
I'd rather be that old lady in the convertible with the trap music blaring.
Yeah.
That's who, in my mind, that's really who I am.
Okay, I love that.
And I think that when I have the roof open, the windows down in the minivan, music blaring, I'm still,
So what still in your friend? What is the walkout song that's in your head when you're walking out?
Rap God. You already knew that.
I love
It had to be.
I love it. Deanna probably has like 4. Well, Angela told her that I like trap. Yes. And I get it. She's like, I heard a rumor about you. I'm like, what? What rumors are going around?
We were talking about, Miss Vetterino and I were talking about something completely different. And I don't know how it came up. And I was so shocked by this factoid. I couldn't have any other conversations.
Judge, when I go golfing with this one, it is like slightly embarrassing. I'm like, you need to calm off. It is inappropriate. She wants to listen to country bumpkin music. I'm not there.
Well, that's what's playing in my car, and I have my radio loud, and I don't turn it off when I pull into the garage or into the driveway. So when my husband takes my car, it starts it up. It's just. You listen to this at work? I'm like, no, I don't listen to that at work. This 10-minute commute, I need to.
It helps you decompress, or it can pump you up.
Sometimes you need to. Exactly. You need to come out to that.
It'll help you.
Listen, you all have a great lunch. Hopefully, Mr. Nunley will be here on time, which is 8 minutes from now.
Right, he's a busy man.
It was a pleasure to meet you. Tell your husband I said hello.
I will. He should be here like Oh, he's in here?
Oh, I don't keep track of who the officers are. I just keep track of the names.
Yeah, I think he said it's at 2:30.
Yes. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Bye.
Stay here.
exams did you have to do today?
Well, this is the first thing scheduled.
Oh, it's.
I do. Hello.
Hi. 34th District Court now in session.
You may be seated. As soon as we get the prosecutor back in here.
She got a phone call, she ran out.
What's more important than courtroom number one?
That's what I said, but she kept going anyway.
Mr. Nunley, nobody believes that. We're done, but we leave it up because people forget they're supposed to be in person. So they log on. Good grief. And then our next case isn't until 12:30, so maybe semi-lunch, maybe, perhaps.
Think we should hold remand in contempt of court.
Well, he comes and gets me like we're ready. Like people are waiting. There's somebody wait. Well, there are people waiting, Mr. Nunley and Mr. Rogers, but
She was here, and then like, I think it's some detective called in.
well, since the rule is 15 minutes and we are not quite there yet.
The good news is that it's going to be a dismissal.
So she could just stick her head in and say that. Or mime it from the hallway. I'm not really picky.
Oh, sorry.
This is 2304998 SM, State of Michigan versus Rogers. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Morning, Iowa West County Attorney on behalf of the defendant, who's present in the courtroom.
State your name for me, sir.
Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Today is the day and time set for the trial in this matter. Ms. Yafufi, how are we proceeding this afternoon?
Judge, I had a meaningful conversation with Mr. Lavelle Williams, who happens to be the complainant in this case, and he's indicated to me that he did not wish to proceed, and he wanted to come here in person and tell me that, and he has exited the courthouse. So at this time, the people are unable to proceed.
Motion to dismiss.
The defense motion to dismiss this matter is granted based in part on the prosecutor's assertion that the complainant, in this case, Mr. Lavelle Williams, does not wish to proceed. Mr. Rogers' bond in this matter had been a personal bond. Mr. Rogers, on an unrelated matter, you owe the court $1,232.80 for some tickets from 19 and 21. Before you exit this building, please stop downstairs, speak to the cashiers to either pay this amount in full or establish a payment plan. Anything else for today's proceedings, Ms. Yafufi?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Rogers, don't forget to stop and speak to the cashiers. You have a wonderful day. Good luck to you. Thank you. And this court will stand in recess until the 12:30 exam.
Just one, okay.
You can come right in first.
Oh, a long time ago. I mean, not a long time ago, but.
Well, yeah. I mean, last time I was here in 34 was pre-COVID,
Yeah,
so assuming they opened up the post-COVID.
no, it was before COVID,
Oh, is that right?
yeah.
Building. That's the-
It's pretty awesome, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you know who you got it from?
It was just,
Was that it?
yeah, this is.
$6 years old, right?
Thank you.
All right.
Keep your seats.
Thanks, Bud.
This is 184929 FY, State of Michigan versus Isis Lewis. And have your appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Remind me on behalf of people.
It's Ronald Ambrose appearing on behalf of Ms. Lewis.
State your name for me, please, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. In this matter, there is count 1, assault with dangerous weapon, count 2, felony firearm, count 3, the misdemeanor domestic violence. Are the people prepared to proceed?
People are unable to proceed, Your Honor. No witnesses showed up to the courthouse.
We would ask for the case to be dismissed.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Lewis?
If I could just get a copy of the order, I'd appreciate it.
It's not typically an order, Mr. Ambrose. It's the ROA.
Okay.
If that's sufficient for your purposes, it'll be a few moments.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Shafufi, any chance that our 1 o'clock is starting on time?
I will check right now.
They're trying to schedule a wedding for this afternoon, so we can work it in around our exams.
A wedding?
Yes,
Oh.
maybe.
Did that happen?
She called, Jackie called within the last 10 minutes, asked, was I appropriately attired for a wedding? So we can fit it in. I told her we'll fit it in maybe 1:30 or 3 o'clock.
Just thinking out loud.
Thanks.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a good afternoon.
it's not, I mean, I know the hallway is horrible, this is better. I know, but. That was more consistent. 3 courtrooms, 2 of them are this size, one just a little bit bigger. We have court reporters here. Jury. Yeah. We got lots of space. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I live in. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, are you celebrating? You know what, I'm a local to Ohio, this is my birthday. Oh, you're in Ohio. Oh, it's Toledo. Oh, my. You're happy. Oh, you're in. But it's a beautiful day. Oh, my God. Good. Good. And they all go to good school. Oh, I go to. I love it. The most exciting thing is gonna be when my gospel song come on the radio. Then I'm gonna get more excited after 35 years.
Oh, yeah, just that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We can look at the pretty map of the Great Lakes, I like that. That's really cool. Oh, that's right. Yeah. This is like, oh, man.
I went to court with these days, so my because we came to my house.
Yeah.
I never have. Okay. When I was to court, I won't tell the first instance. Again, there's the back of the tethers, but then I went to court for the tether violation after being there 6 days instead of one. I was supposed to actually be on tether July 10th last month. So I was on tether too long, so they went to court for the tether violation. No,
Or in Detroit.
When I was that business. I was working for my tether violation. You used to say they were my tether.
Oh, okay, good. So you don't have a teller on things. Okay. So our court date will be 2 weeks from today.
All right. So we have the court sound session, the Honorable Lisa Martin.
You may be seated. This is 230507 FY, State of Michigan versus Saquon McKinney. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Leslie Knapp, P34696, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Saquon McKinney, who stands to my right. I would also note his mom, Mrs. McKinney, is behind him here.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney, state your name for me, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Beatrice McKinney.
Thank you, ma'am. I heard in the hallway that that was true. You all may be seated.
Oh, thank you.
Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, carrying concealed weapon, count 2, fleeing police officer, 4th degree. Are the people prepared to proceed this afternoon?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, but I would note that we have determined we are going to waive the preliminary exam.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your case with Ms. Knapp, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter. You understand that the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of the crime. And after having that conversation with Ms. Knapp, it's your wish to waive your right to have this examination? And sir, are you waiving this right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Have you been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive the exam? I have passed the file down to you. Ms. Knapp will sign, you will sign, it will go to Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, do the people have any objection to the waiver of this examination?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court will find that the waiver of this examination has been freely and voluntarily given. Ms. Knapp has signed. Mr. McKinney is signing. Once APA Mohammed signs that he has no objection to the waiver, the file will come back up to the court. As long as all three signatures appear, the court will sign as well. And then, Mr. McKinney, you will be bound over as charged for arraignment on the information that will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. That arraignment on the information date will be September the 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. The court has the file back. All three of the signatures appear as indicated previously. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Knapp?
Ask that bond be continued, Your Honor, and that you have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you all before I say bond will continue in case we need to change it before the bind over is official. But that being the point, the waiver is entered. Bond is continued September 20th at 9 a.m. Good to see you, Ms. Knapp.
Good to see you, Your Honor. I hope everybody's doing well. First time in the new building. It's beautiful.
They did a great job.
And I really, really like the Great Lakes behind you.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Mr. McKinney, good luck to you. And Miss McKinney, happy birthday.
Thank you. Do you mind if I sing a song from a celebrity from 1989?
Absolutely, let's go.
Gospel song coming out soon, Lions Family Don't Let Out. This one I was gonna sing to Kilpatrick, so I'll sing it to you. You are so beautiful to me. You are so beautiful to me. Can't you see? You're everything I hope for. You're everything I need, because you are every little thing too sweet be. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Thank you, Miss McKinney. And Mr. McKinney, you have a gift there with you.
I know Mr. Wine said that he hates to say it, but I sound better than Whitney and Fantasia.
Ooh.
I'm excited.
Are you taking your mother out for her birthday now that you dragged her over here?
All four of my sons. He said he got the 6 o'clock. He can cook. He can cook. He can be a chef cook. He can cook.
I'll give him the belt.
The paddle. Thank you.
He can rap. All my sons get a paddle.
Hey, I'll take it.
Mark's coming to say hi.
Hello. I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. Can't complain.
Where are you at tomorrow?
Busy. I say.
Really?
Okay.
Why? Why?
Everything's going on in the township. There's a lot.
We were just talking about that things seem to have been getting pretty busy over the last probably 3 months or so,
Yeah.
but we can't figure out why. Is there something in the air or something in the water?
Hectic just the past week. These furnace. Yeah, that's what I think. Great. What was that? Great. Oh, that was still under investigation. I'm sure it's behind your table too.
We were just talking about that, so
So you're aware?
I'm aware, unfortunately.
I was with him yesterday all day since I was
Nice.
Yeah.
Mr. Muhammad, are we starting our 2 o'clock on time?
No, that's ridiculous, but I'll check in.
Thank you.
If they hold, and, each charge. Oh, you got done there. So they pulled power away. No. On the right hand side, the left hand side. Girl has a warrant. They get her out of the car, look her up. Search the car, there's a man. Will they see him? The shotgun pulls it up. So they back off. They follow it and the supervisor comes out there. Well, all the shit happened, but he did. So we're talking to him. Guy's got shot underneath his chin. So right off the get, he was contemplating suicide. Or suicide. Yeah. So he comes out of the road, just sticks his head out, not the gun, sticks his head out. And pepper spray the car, set the car. We know it's like that, straight fucking name. Breeze, get the windows up, the car was shut off. He didn't see nothing wrong. He popped his head all the time. The brain. So the brain gets the legs and the head, less lethal shotgun. It doesn't sound like a good deal. He's in a fucking coma. Oh, no. With skull fracture and swelling in the brain. And broken the orbital bone. And that's why I said to you, Dave, I remember the man house. Why he let that happen? We never talked about that. You know what I'm saying? Don't have them. But you know what? That's a big shot at the end. So what would you have done? You don't take one of those. Exactly. How do you normalize this shot? Oh, the final point will be. Yeah, but here's the bad thing. On Grace's part, fucking can't work this crowd, it's elevated. Yes. No, you will see. It's not working. I give it to you as a retirement present. And evaporated. It should be Want to see the words words up close. Yeah. I'm in the wrong room. Oh, I'm sorry.
regardless.
Okay.
They came over.
Okay, longer, okay.
You know what, you're right.
Cap off, please. Thank you. These are 230500FY and 230514 FY. These are both State of Michigan versus Steve Montanez. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Afrifa on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tanika Tucker, PA 5402, on behalf of Stephen Montanez, who's standing to my right.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the in-person preliminary examinations in both of these matters. For the case that ends in 0500, there's count 1, unlawful driving away of auto. Count 2, fleeing police officer in the 3rd degree. Count 3, assaulting, resisting, obstructing police officer. Count 4, assaulting, resisting, obstructing police officer. Count 5, misdemeanor, reckless driving. In the case that ends in 0514, there's count 1, motor vehicle unlawful driving away. Count 2, receiving and concealing stolen property. Count 3, unlawful driving away of auto. Count 4, receiving and concealing stolen property. Count 5, receiving and concealing stolen property. Count 6, unlawful driving away of auto. Count 7, receiving and concealing stolen property. Count 8, unlawful driving away of auto, and count 9, stolen property, receiving and concealing. Are the people prepared to proceed in these matters?
The people are ready, Your Honor.
Is defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. But Mr. Montanez decided to waive his preliminary exam in both cases.
Mr. Montanez, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your cases with Ms. Tucker, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
Sir, you also understand that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examinations in both of these matters, where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having these conversations with Ms. Tucker, it's your desire this afternoon to waive your right to have these examinations.
Yes, sir.
Sir, has anyone threatened you to induce you to waive your right to these exams? Have you been promised anything to waive your right to have these exams?
No.
Mr. Montanez, my court officer will come retrieve these two, or someone will come retrieve these 2 files from the ledge. There is a space for your attorney to sign and for you to sign, which indicates that you are freely and voluntarily waiving your right to have these examinations. After you and Ms. Tucker sign, the files will go to Ms. Yafufi. She will also sign. Once all 3 of you have signed, the files will be passed back up to the court. As long as all 3 signatures appear as indicated. As long as all 3 signatures appear as indicated, the court will sign as well. that will indicate that you have waived your right to have that examination. You will be bound over on all charges in both files. The next step in the proceedings will be an arraignment on the information that will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on Wednesday, September the 13th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Before the court signs an order entering the bind over. Ms. Tucker, at the previous hearing, asked that the matter be referred to DSU for an evaluation of the bond that had previously been set. Thank you, sir. Files are back. Both of them have been signed by all three parties. The court is in receipt of a report regarding the bond that was previously set in these cases. And the pretrial services specialist that you spoke with has indicated that there is a recommendation that no action occur in either matter, meaning that the bond that had previously been set in these matters is to stay the same. The bond in the 514 file is currently $75,000, cash surety 10%, and in the case 230500, the bond is $150,000, 10%. Was there something else you wanted to make as part of your record, Ms. Tucker?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Montanez has absolutely no criminal history. I don't know what happened here. These are very, very serious crimes, Your Honor. But they are not violent crimes, Your Honor. Mr. Montanez has been in jail since June 30th on these charges because his family cannot come up with the $22,500, which is the total combined for the 10%. And Your Honor, we just asked for some type of reduction with the GPS tether so that Mr. Montanez can get out of jail to continue fighting these charges.
Ms. Yafufi.
Judge, I would ask the court to adopt the DSU report recommendation. Also to note that some of the charges that the defendant is waiving today include plea and R&O, which goes to show that the defendant does not comply with law enforcement. So I would ask that this court deny any reduction and adopt the recommendation of the DSU report.
Anything further, Ms. Tucker?
No, Your Honor.
The court has had the opportunity to review the report prepared by pretrial services and will deny the defense request to amend the bond, modifying the bond in any way, shape, or form. As indicated, the waivers have been entered. The next appearance date will be next Wednesday at 9 a.m. for the arraignment on the information. Anything further, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Tucker?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes these matters. The court will have the paperwork ready for transport as soon as possible. Mr. Montanez, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
And that concludes our docket for the day. This court stands adjourned.